I wish there was a better way to work out the, like, test out the lighting and everything beforehand. Seems like it's pretty good so far. It's just natural light. Okay, well. All right. Hello already, everybody. This is, thank you. I'm starting it a little bit early. There was no other way to get a video preview, so I'm probably just gonna be. It's officially set to start at 6:30, but I guess I'm still ironing this out. So I'm just gonna post to Twitter and Reddit real quick, and then do a bit of sketching, because we're like, this is where we're at right now with this group. So well, shoot, I forgot to tag it. Oh well, that's okay. Yeah, sorry. That's been the trick with this, is trying to get a good time zone balance. So I'm Pacific time, so I'm like behind the rest of the world by quite a bit. Oh, thanks, neighbors. Cool. I apologize in advance if that you guys can hear that. Let's get some music playing. I think the music was a little bit loud last time, so I'm gonna probably just go back to Three Houses. But we'll see. I think I just need to kind of adjust the microphone and everything. It's also not plugged into the speakers. Yeah, so I started it, or I guess it's not really early to you guys, but there's going to be a little bit of adjusting going on. Yeah, and any feedback for like how the music is, or you know, if my voice is coming through loud enough. I just want to make sure. I ended up doing 2 thumbnails for this because I sort of used the same one for the video thumbnail on the last stream. But that's okay. I'm like, I definitely have the hang of making those by now, so it wasn't a problem. All right. I guess probably what I could do for next time is make it unlisted or private, and then go, work out whatever I need to work out with the technicals, and then when I'm ready, I can just go public. But yeah, don't hesitate to let me know if if there's any issues with the sound quality or the video quality. I know the video quality can kind of go in and out, so hopefully that will not be too much of a problem. All right. I have to figure out a way to get Gilbert in here. That was quite a bit of the not that much, but I didn't spend a lot of time last stream discussing anything. But one of the things we did get into is like I wasn't planning on including Gilbert, and I kind of, I don't want to say I got guilted into it, but it's more like I guilted myself into it. So it would be, I guess, a little bit rude to just not include him at all. Okay. I like going with colored pencils to sketch. I just find it's a little more like it's lighter usually. Sometimes a little bit too light with some of these, but you can end up getting kind of like a nice variety of values that I find it a little hard to get with I don't know, like graphite pencils. And they don't smudge hardly at all. So I guess the downside to that is they can be a little bit like hard to erase. But some of them more than others. There's like the red ones, I think, have a harder time coming, like lifting them up. They stain the page is what I'm trying to say. Oh man, I don't think I noticed that Manuela has knives strapped to her leg. That's too funny. One of them is probably a flask. Okay, how do I plug that in? Okay, that's fine. I don't think I noticed before that all the professors have the same like sleeve thing going on. And I learned that that's like that's an actual thing. I guess like Oxford graduates get those. So it's a neat little touch. Sorry, we're gonna be a little bit slow to start, at least at first, because I'm just checking uh, to see if there's any responses on anything. Okay. It seems like it might be a little bit better. Hopefully the shadows won't be too intense. Oh, okay, okay. I like Hanneman's little coif. Is that what you call that? Like how his hair flips up at the end. I realize I default to this kind of like smug or like self-satisfied expression a lot. But I don't know, it fits with a lot of characters. Okay. So we've got... He's got like a suit on underneath. He's got a very, like, not modern exactly, but he and Manuela both look like they're more like 1920s maybe I would place it. I don't know. I'm not that good at dating fashion. But they just look a little bit more modern in design. As usual, there's a bit of a task to striking a balance, making sure that they don't look too human. That's something that I was sort of fussing about over on the last stream. Was they were just starting to like it's the proportions with the head and the face and stuff like that, and I was just like not quite comfortable with how they were looking. But a lot of that was also just perceptual rustiness. I was not. It had been a while since I'd done any drawing, so I like even just visualizing things was kind of difficult, and getting a sense of how things looked was harder than usual. But I think I'm doing better now. You just sort of have to work through those bumps in the road. Wonder what he's giving a lecture on. I think I'll keep the gloves on him. I don't know. There's certain characters who I will sort of immediately remember if they have gloves, and he's one of them. They're already sort of cartoonish gloves too. They've got the like little lines right here. All right, that'll do for Hanuman, I think. We'll go. Try to sketch in a darker green for Rhea, just so that it shows up. Yeah, you can barely do that, man. I'm happy to take questions if anybody has any questions. I'm still not altogether sure, if we prefer a more like discussion, like talking. I enjoy having kind of a back and forth with the chat, just in that it keeps us from having dead air. But I don't know also if that's something that you guys would prefer. Like, I guess it kind of depends on how people listen to these. If you've got something else going on in the background, then you don't necessarily want too much competing noise. So. Oh, what should she have instead of lilies? Like sea anemones? It was kind of weird. I've already decided, since this little like clasp that she's got already looks like a squid, it's just going to be a squid. So. It's got little squid eyes. It just looks like an inkling. I'm really glad I've gotten some practice in drawing Rhea, like studies, because otherwise I would be losing my mind trying to figure this out. And just wasting a bunch of your time, so. Yeah, I can go into more detail when I do the inking, so that's not really important in the sketch phase. But I just want to jot stuff down as I'm thinking about it. Oh, can't forget the whiskers. Hannah's already got a mustache, so I guess whiskers on top of that. That's fine. All right. Got a few people tuned in. Hi, everybody. How are you doing? I still don't know what's going on with the little wisps of hair that apparently tie in the back or something. Her design is so weird. Not looking forward to inking / coloring all of this, but that's okay. I'm good, Chain of Links. I'm awake, which is usually the most I can ask for. All right, so we got Cyril over here. These aren't necessarily going to be the order that they're presented in the finished image. In fact, I've already started. I've put the others into a Photoshop doc, and I'm like rearranging them, trying to figure out how to size them and everything. So I like Cyril's hair. I like the little curls and stuff. And I definitely don't buy into the hate for this character. Like, I think it's like weird and random for one. It's just I don't know. It's I guess because he's like sort of repetitive in a way, but I don't know. I've always it seems like there are other characters who would get negative attention for that first before this like optional, like you don't even have to talk to him, like for Cyril. Sorry, I thought I introduced him, but the stream might be cutting out. I know that there were some issues with that last night. Yeah, like that's what gets me about it is he's so easy to ignore. So the outspoken hatred for him just seems like random. He's got a little scar right up here, which is interesting. I don't think they've talked about that at all in any of the supports I've gotten with him. But I kind of like that when characters just have like little background details that don't actually get discussed. Like it's so refreshing to me when, you know, games or media or fiction or whatever, like leaves things open to the imagination because that so rarely happens anymore. Um, and usually when it does happen, it doesn't last for very long. So his face looks kind of goofy. You know, DX get talked about. What's the context of that? Or supports or oh, the scars. Oh, I'm a doofus. Um, I think Garrick does have a story behind his, isn't it? Like um, he got into a bad situation with a mission, and like they killed his employer or something, or like his captain, and then left just left him with scars, like Inigo Montoya style, as a reminder. Um, I don't know if that was a thing in canon. It was in Heroes, I think. They talk about it. I'm trying to see where these lines are. These are very generalized lines. So I think the bow is like here. I don't want to have him be too close to Shamir's pose either. Maybe you could just like have the bow over his shoulder or something. Shoulder. Do seals have shoulders? I don't. Actually, I'm gonna rethink this pose. So we'll still have the bow, but it'll be like strapped to his back. Along with his arrows, I guess, because I'm looking at him now and he's got the quiver on his back too. Oh, it's got like flames on it? That's cool. Oh, wait, I already drew set up with his arms crossed. Maybe like. Look like he's standing guard. He can be like reaching for his bow. There we go. But yeah, going back to the scar thing, I think for characters like Dick and Garrick, it's like more relevant to talk about it. It's, you know, it's sort of like we can assume that they got them in battle, which is why it almost makes it more interesting for like Dick, where it wasn't from a battle. I mean, I guess arguably he was fighting a lion, but you know, it wasn't from his mercenary work. So like it stuff like that where it's like you would kind of expect that character to have scars or have a history with stuff like that. But for a character like Cyril, it's like I don't know. It I think opens up more interesting kind of possibilities, considering his history, and that he's not like fighting for a career, Okay. Only arrows in the back, and then he'll be holding onto his bow. I really shouldn't be using this brown, actually, because it kind of stains the page, as you can see. Well, I don't hate Cyril right now, but I might by the time I'm done with this drawing. It's giving me a hard time. That's cute. That looks like it's an apron. I have to make it shorter to fit. All right, that's good enough. Hello, welcome again. If there's anybody new tuning in, we are still working on the sketch phase here, but we're getting close to being done, I think. I don't know. I'm embarking on Gilbert now. I had a pose in mind. I don't know very much about the guy, but I at least, like, kind of had something in mind, so. Hello, Tortellini. Okay. I hope there's room for him. Might be kind of close to the edge here. Okay, I'm gonna go closer to the bottom of the page. They've gotten, like, I've been drawing them bigger and bigger as this project has gone on, so I can fit fewer to a page. All right. I wonder, I might have to, like, turn it. That's all right. I could even, like, draw him smaller, technically, but whatever. It's fine. So I haven't really had a pose where somebody's, like, leaning on their weapon. So I'll just do that with him. He uses, like, axes, right? Sure. I'm going to say yes. I don't know if I can make this more of a marine-themed axe. Something about a hammerhead shark? I don't know. I don't know if you guys can hear the music. I've got a playlist with songs from the Three Houses soundtrack, which I had been using, but also this time I added a couple of the like bonus albums that they've done. So this, I believe, is from Flower of Enchantment, which is the symphonic metal album. I think Premium Arrange is on there, not the new one, but the first one. Hey, Crash. Yeah, I've done a couple of these. I don't always post about it on Reddit. I just feel like I'm kind of, I don't know, like clogging the sub a little bit if I post about all of them. But I figured since hopefully we'll be finishing up these guys today, it would be worth sharing. Wow, getting some engagement here. Drawing everybody's favorite character. His name even is frustrating in this context because it's like, oh, Gil, like a fish. Yeah, we could just keep it the same, but no, not like a fish. They're not fish. So it's like he's so close to having a good pun for his name and just even messes that up. I'm sorry if you're not here for for Gilbert hate. I don't hate him per se. I just like don't feel anything towards him. Ooh, the villains. That's a very good question. I haven't had plans. I don't know. I just like the discussion that has sort of come up with, relevant to Gilbert especially, but like with other characters as you get into like NPCs and stuff. You gotta kind of call it at a certain point, and that probably would be the point for me, would be getting into the villain characters. It's also just like at the point where I am in the game, like they haven't really had any presence, so the only character like that that I do have plans for is also playable. So like I'm doing DLC characters, so that should give you an idea. And I may do even both versions of that character. So I think that's like a fun, like take on it, or creative exercise, I guess. I also don't know how far into like the NPCs I'm gonna extend, if at all. All right. Yeah, it wasn't. You didn't give me too hard of a time. Just bulk him up a little bit. Okay. Yeah, so this is where I'll leave it for this batch. I'm definitely gonna do more. So in the next batch, I know I haven't done like Byleth yet. So planning on including Byleth and Sothis and the Ashen Wolves and Geralt, a few other characters in the next batch. So, well, that to look forward to. All right, let's get into the line art. Again, I know I said this before, but just to restate, if there are any issues with the audio or video quality, then please let me know, because I know that there are issues, and I don't want to like check out the stream after the fact and see that there was some glaring problem. Okay. I think it's safe to say this is the cast that I have, in one incarnation or another, drawn the most characters, or like the highest percentage of characters from it. which is neat. FE7 probably is up there too. Oops. Okay, that's not coming through. So I was wondering, the little pointer that she's holding, or I mean, I assumed it was a pointer, like how teachers don't really use but always use in like TV and movies and stuff. Um, but is it? It also looks like a cigarette, like one of those, like, you know, like a femme fatale character in a noir film would have, which she sort of looks like she's designed after. So is that what it is? I don't like the neck things because it starts to look like these seals have necks and they're not supposed to have necks, as we discussed last time. A teaching stick, is that what those are called? That almost sounds like violent. Like, kids better behave or else I'm going to get the teaching stick. You'd think if they could, well, both of them can use magic, so you'd think they'd be able to, like, rig up some kind of laser pointer. Yeah, that's probably what it is. I'm um, wondering if it doubles as a cigarette or cigarette holder, I guess is what that is. I've already speculated that one of her daggers is actually a flask. Hello. Wow, 6 people. That's a record. Okay, this is going to be a little complicated. These little orange strings on her jacket, coat, outer shawl already look a little nautical, so That's kind of fun. Okay. Should be used is I have colored pencil or colored sketch pencils. I should utilize the fact that I have different colors more. Yeah, probably should do those first. I still don't understand the logistics of these sleeves. Like, especially because like I'm looking at her model sheet and from the front it doesn't look like there's a backing to this thing. Like it looks like it's just sleeves, but then there from the back there is a back to it. So like I mentioned earlier it's the same thing that Byleth wears, but with the big hanging sleeves. It's just like weird to visualize. Okay, I think that should work. Switching off between different thicknesses of ink or of tip, I guess, uh, which actually have even thinner than these, but that usually isn't necessary. It does dry faster, so it reduces the possibility of smudging, but Should she have something instead of a dagger, I wonder? Or like, these look like throwing knives? Is that what they are? That's not even a weapon type in this game. They could be like fish hooks. Does it come through that that's what that is? There. Now it's a hook. What's the over-under on how many times she's used one of these to flirt with the knights? Like, every variation on, like, oh, I hear you're quite the catch. Alois would be proud. Wait, shoot, where's the sleeve on that? It's back here. Shh, it's fine. I'll just do the little zigzag in the coloring phase. Once I can get her eyeshadow on, then her eyes will look better. I think, I hope. All right. Ooh, I'm racing the sun here. How's the quality on that? Can you see okay? Well, now you can't. I can see it's blurry, but there. Actually, for those of you tuning in, just because we've got a bit of a crowd, I figured I would show off the ones we completed yesterday. So, this was the first stream I had like sketched these out and then done like a little bit of line art on these two, and everything else we finished yesterday. So, whoops, sorry, it's my water bottle. So yeah, I'm pretty pleased with how these turned out. And like at the end of the first stream, I was like very doubtful, but as to whether they looked good. But I returned to it, opened it up, and I was like, yeah, they're fine. So yeah, I did a little bit of touching up after the stream too. So you probably won't be able to see it, but okay. So yeah, their names I haven't written them down yet. So we've got Sealtooth, of course. Oh, okay. And then Flown, like an ice flow, which, I mean, I don't know if she's the type of seal that lives in regions cold enough to have ice flows, but whatever, we're going with it. I guess I could spell it with a W too if it gets contentious. Hey, Bryn. We're going over names real quick before we get back to the drawing. So swimmer was kind of a gimme. I know people wanted shoalmere, but shoals are for fish, and we I know fins are also for fish, but it's fine. Don't it's we're not going to talk about that. This is talking about stretches for names. Crasherin, like waves crashing. I was gonna go with crash par for the last one, so that was like the concession that I made because I couldn't decide between that and Caspet. And then Hollowies, which I think I already mentioned. Okay, so those are your name updates. And yeah, all right. Well, we'll get back to this. Thank you. I decided on most of the names early on. Some of these I'm still a little bit undecided, but I think we'll, by the end of this, I should come to a conclusion with them. I mentioned this last time. I have this weird little like thing with line art where I always start with if there's like a part in the hair or like a cowlick or something. So the way that his hair flips up here, it's like that'll always be the first place I approach a drawing from in the line art phase. Obviously with a sketch, I'll do like an under sketch and kind of get the broad shapes down first, but in the line art phase, I always go either Widow's Peak first or some like distinctive hair feature. Can you guys hear that? Somebody's hammering next door or something. Yeah, I don't know that I run into the smudging problem very often. Although now I've just become acutely aware that I'm using a thicker line brush or tip, nib, whatever you call it, with this. That's gonna risk smudging a little bit more, but bold move making them or drawing the line art on the monocle first, hoping it will be okay. So for everybody who's tuned in right now, I've been a little bit unsure as to what to do with commentary. Do you prefer if I make commentary, or would you rather it be just kind of a quiet stream? I prefer commentary. The flip side to that is that I may not always be at the ready with a thing to talk about. Fun seal facts. Let's see. I've been watching lots of seal videos. I talked a little bit about this on the last stream. So I can make some recommendations there. I need to look up to make sure. I keep saying it's the Osaka Aquarium. I don't remember if that's... I haven't confirmed that, but I'm pretty sure that's the one. With the really round ring seals that they made the plushies of. So there's a user on YouTube who's been uploading videos of those seals and their zookeepers. And they're really cute. They do tricks. Sometimes the trick is just like moving from one place to another because they're so fat. What other good seal videos? The Oregon Zoo also has really good videos of their seals. They've been introducing the other animals to the seals like through the glass, so that's been kind of fun. I know other zoos have been doing that too during lockdown, but I don't know that Hanneman's like sharp suit vibe is going to come through super well in seal mode. It is Osaka Aquarium, okay. I want to learn like the names of the seals there. I guess I could do character commentary, but I'm not really sure where to approach that from necessarily. I'm also a little tiny bit embarrassed to talk about my playthrough and how not finished it is. And people have been like, "Oh, yeah, going through all 4 routes. That's it's pretty. That's a pretty tall order." And I have to be like, "No, just one route." But I'm also like, "Hey guys, did you see my Neopets high score?" So like, I don't have any right to my own dignity at this point. For not one turning every map. Oh, well, see, that's the thing, is that my units are so strong now because of all the grinding that I've done that they can one turn every map. Everybody knows warp, even the characters who aren't supposed to learn warp. Let's see what else. Everybody knows every weapon type, and they're all S rank in everything. They've ranked so highly in all the weapons that they've advanced to new weapons. So they have guns now. And let's see what else. Cannons. You know, a lot of other people talk about like head cannons and you know, Three Houses head cannon. I've moved on to Three Houses arm cannons because we're really getting into the futuristic tech in my playthrough because it's been so long. Yeah, I mean it did. It's Ray has been you know, absent, so when the cat's away, the mice will invent biological warfare. Well, I guess they already kind of had biological warfare. Other types of warfare. Um, and maybe some other fun stuff like phones, I guess. What's going on with your tail here, dude? I'm really not paying attention to the fingers on their toes, claws, whatever, on their tails. So these are going to end up being totally backwards, probably. That yeah, that's what I was referring to. There's like a little detail in the DLC library where it talks about how basically all of the inventions that Rhea has banned, and it's stuff like telescopes and um, uh, fossil fuels was on there. I like the little geometric motifs on Hanneman's jacket. Like it's sort of similar to what the effects that you get with dark magic, right? So that's just a neat little reference, I guess. I think I'd almost rather just like do that. Oops, line art error. Oh well. He's supposed to be up on a rock. He's giving a lecture. All right. Well, I mean, compared to yesterday, we're making decent time. I'm gonna have to start closing the windows up pretty soon, but and probably turning more lights on. Yeah, before I get into the next line art, I'm gonna just turn some lights on real quick. So I will be right back. While I'm thinking about it, I wanted to show these off again just because I'm like very inordinately proud of myself. But I made stickers. I posted about this on Twitter, but the people coming in from Reddit might not know. So these were like a test run basically of my printer, and like I have a sticker making setup now. So I wanted to pick an image that I had already had basically. But I made these and then I realized like I don't actually know what you would stick them on. But it's fun. So if you are interested in potentially purchasing one, then I'm still only like I don't really have the infrastructure for a shop yet, but just in the sort of interest check phase. Stop. So I'll leave that up there, I guess. I have heard the demand for seal stickers. I definitely do plan on making those, but they're not going to be these exact images. They'll be probably, you know, similar poses maybe, or slightly different, but and probably not all the characters. I'll again kind of gauge interest and see who people want. Who would you buy seal stickers of if you had the choice? I guess I'll start. Who better to start with than with you guys? Ink spots. Hey, if I get to make stickers of him, I will absolutely do it. Oh, that's another thing. I need to stop being distracted, but I drew, for those of you who haven't watched my Neopets video, I don't feel right asking you to because it's super long, but I did. I worked really hard on it and I liked how it turned out. But if you watch it, then you will be introduced to my Neopet version of Ixbots. So I also drew him. There's a couple other Neopets drawings on here too. It's a problem. I need to be playing Fire Emblem or Animal Crossing or literally anything else. Sorry, just doing a little bit of a lighting check here. Hopefully the shadows aren't too bad. We'll try that. Oh, the shadow's even worse there. Never mind. Yay! Well, I appreciate you tuning in even though you've got work to do. Hopefully this is helping you focus at least. Or giving you a break. Yeah, again, my thesis was like a month and a half overdue, so I didn't have the excuse of a global pandemic, so I think you'll be okay. I know different professors, different situations, but um, um, yeah, I'm gonna have to be doing a little bit of pen switching here. I've drawn Rhea with the exact same expression every time, but I guess that's not that far off from just how she is. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, for the earlier iteration of my thesis, the professor I was working with at the time, my first draft was also late, and he was like, "Yeah, I at first I was getting frustrated with you because this was late, but having read it, I realized the work that you put into it, and it's I appreciate it more. You know what how in depth it is and everything, and all this stuff, and it just like it was not what I needed to hear in terms of productivity because I was like, oh, it's great. It'll be fine if it's late again because it's really good. So, yeah. Don't tell me nice things. It inflates my ego so badly. No, that's I need to learn how to take compliments. That's part of humility. Oh yeah, me neither. This it's just like the way that this was all formatted was like it or not formatted, but like it started off as a separate project for a different like the year before I had to do kind of a mini thesis thing, and then I just like it's sort of expected for a lot of the time to in the program I was in that your um, mini or your semester project would like turn into a thesis for if that's what you wanted to where you wanted to go with it. So um, yeah, that ended up being what happened. But yeah, it was not like a traditional first draft. It was just a separate project at the time. Yeah, I edit as I go for sure. Oops. Three Houses drawing drinking game. Take a drink every time there's tassels. Oh, this track is good for... Yes, they are sea anemones. I did the same thing for Lawrence and his rose, but it's, I guess, more fitting here. Sea anemones look more like lilies than they do like roses, so... But also, like, I am imagining these moving, like, all the time, and it's so creepy. They are actually called Medusa, or Medusae. The scientific name for them is based on Medusa. Weird single strands of hair over... I'm not going to do all three of them. I'm not about that. Ooh, that's so creepy. I love it. I'm probably going to regret saying this, but I will probably try to figure out most of this in the coloring phase. Oh, it's loud. Sorry. It would be weird. But I'm also like it. I mean, actually, that's kind of consistent for what I did with Thunderbrand, which I tossed that over the ways. But it's like coral. So coral and sea anemones are, I believe, the same type of organism. They're polyps. They're that Medusid. I don't remember. It's based. I know it's based on Medusa, but and they are related to jellyfish as well. I guess what would have been accurate is like not even having her tail underneath, but it looked weird, so. How does one even fabric? Okay, honestly, I'm totally gonna cheat here. And not draw the outline of this stupid cape. Or like the outside of it. We're just going with the inside where it is just solid blue and we don't have to draw ridiculous crest patterns. There's some parts where I'm going in like, oh, I'll make this marine themed and, you know, put little seashells on it and stuff. And then other parts where I'm just like, whatever. Draw it exactly the same as it is in canon. Yeah, it's cool for sure, but I don't like drawing it. It's fine digitally, like, because you can just do lighter line work on top of darker line work. Her hair looks so big. Oops. Well, you know what they say, the bigger the hair, the closer to God. Okay, so we got scallops, we got squids. There's a squid. There's a squid. Here also is a squid. And then sand dollars. So there's so many seashells. It's okay that we didn't have them on the sheath. I know squids aren't seashells. Whatever, it's fine. Yeah, there's not enough room. Her hair's so big because it's full of secrets. That's good. How does this work? Little spikes coming out from the sand dollars. Nobody's gonna look at this and even like register anything other than like, oh, it's seashells. That's cool. So I really don't need to fuss over it too bad. Scallops do sound delicious. I forgot they were like I guess I didn't associate the scallop shells with like scallops that you eat. I was definitely even drawing Flame chomping down on a raw salmon yesterday. I was like, oh, I want salmon so bad. Um, Not like a live salmon to take a bite out of, obviously, but yeah, that's true. You're limited in scope, kind of. I also like that you know with digital, I I will take like 5 passes out of line before I decide that it's good. Um, it doesn't take that long, but it adds up. Okay, cereal. I call him cereal. Was I sorry, I implied that I was gonna do more commentary and then I stopped. Um, I guess I was doing commentary on the dying, but um, anybody else here for the Cyril Defense Squad? There are tens of us. Could Captain Crunch be considered seafood? He's a sailor, right? Excuse me, Captain Crunch. I mispronounced it. Captain Crunch was his father. We talked about that a little bit earlier. I don't think that there's anything in the supports that would annoy, like I or it's not like there's a hidden, support where he does something that would turn people against him necessarily. Like I've heard people say like, "Oh, he's kind of rude," and then that's why they don't like him. But like he's just trying to do his job, and you know, that's I feel that he has a crappy job. Mm. And I did a crappy job on his hair. See, it's like full circle. I think I'm just kind of hewing too closely to the OA or his portrait in the game. But his hair is dark enough that I can fudge it a little bit and it should not show too badly in the final once it's colored. That is something I wish like was more of a presence in the game is like other sorry, I think I got a little bit ahead of my own train of thought. Um like other students, like NPC students, because you see them and talk to them during explore and stuff like that, but um yeah, you'd think that there would be more supports where they would appear at all. Like they could have done a lot with just having random jerk or bully students, who didn't have to be part of the main cast but could kind of serve as some kind of conflict for the other characters. But I brought this up because it's like it seems like Cyril would have to deal with a lot of nonsense from uh, parts of the student body. The Dorothy, yeah. Yeah, there's an NPC who looks like Dorothy. Okay. He's got a lot going on with his armor. Yeah, I know the quiver's supposed to be over his other shoulder. But oh well. I feel like I should have come up with something more clever than just like feathers. But again, not to sound like a broken record or anything, but it's fine. Ooh, he doesn't even have gloves on? Like in canon. That's intense. I would not want to do that much archery with no gloves. Jeez. I think I'm gonna do like what I did with Leone and give him a little turtle shell. Maybe this one can be that as well. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Probably has rough hands. Oh, oops. Okay, I see what I did there. Mixed up his quiver with his pauldron. I know what pauldrons are called. Don't ask me about the names of any other type of armor. Turtle shells and soccer balls kind of have similar patterns. Not that that looks like either of those. Oops. Whatever. It'll be green or brown or greenish brown. It'll be fine. Thanks. Have fun sleeping. Thanks for tuning in. What even are the thicknesses of these belts or straps? That line's way thicker than it is in his actual design, but I just wanted to emphasize it a little bit. Okay, so then this is like his short, just want the single short. I'll have him doing a little more of a banana pose. He's very alert. Just sort of ad-libbing the, or improvising the design on this bow. It's also going to be disappearing behind him. Don't ask me where it's going. There's no room. This is the ground. But it's fine. We don't worry about things like physical probability in this series because they're seals and they're wearing clothes and using weapons and talking probably also doing other things that seals generally would not do in real life. So if we're not worried about that, why should we be worried with where the end of that bow is? All right, time for his face. I'm not very confident. Didn't get it right the first time, so I'm gonna actually wait for him to dry. Let's do some coloring. But Sunfish, you still need to ink Gilbert. You forgot Gilbert. No, I didn't. Okay, I'm hoping I will be faster with coloring this time. We're at the 2-hour mark. Right now, my only goal is getting this shorter than the last one, at the very least. So if we can do that, then that's good in my book. Yeah. I think the pencil is just going to be a little bit too dark to fully erase here, but that's okay. I think my webcam has a hard time picking up motion, so it's going to be out of focus, but I'm just erasing. Oh my goodness. Yeah, the green isn't coming up very easily either. It's the most exercise I've gotten all week. That's not too bad. Sometimes I'll be working on this project and the absurdity of what I'm drawing will hit me, and that just happened. I'm going to run and grab some more coffee. Well, I'm going to grab a mug with coffee in it. I'm not going to grab coffee. That would be stupid. But I will be getting some coffee. So I'm just going to put like a little sign that says back in a few minutes. BRB. That's I'm not going to specify. If I had something that I could put up that would be interesting or entertaining, I would do that, but I don't. So, sorry. I'll be right back. I'm back. Somebody made pizza downstairs and it smells so good. But that would not be probably coffee's not a great thing to bring to a traditional drawing stream, but pizza is an even worse thing to bring. So, I just reached in and grabbed a fistful of markers, and I wasn't even paying attention to what the colors were. So, if this is your first time tuning into one of these streams, this is the part where I go through and say a bunch of incomprehensible code names of colors, like they mean something to you, because I have a habit of talking to myself, which I guess, if you're doing any kind of commentary, it's like, it's not a bad thing necessarily, but I never do it at the right time. So, all right, Manuela. Okay, so she's got like orange, like bright orange on those strings. So that looks pretty good. That looks like what those are. It's a lot brighter for me. I really wish the colors would come in clearly, but I guess you can only do what you can do. So yeah, with just to explain real quick, with each of these markers, these are Copic markers, and they're awesome. And there's 2 tips to each of them, but they all have this code that indicates what color it is. The colors also have names, so like this one's apricot. Some of them are kind of weird, and at times problematic, but and just other times they just don't really describe, I think, what color looks like. But that's why they have these codes instead, so that you can easily there's a sheet with all of the, or chart with all of the colors that I've got pinned above my workstation that I can refer to and see what they look like on paper. Usually I'll test them first anyway, just to sort of see them next to the image if that's what I want. But yeah, so if you hear me saying like E55 or E35, then that's what I'm talking about. Splashing Wolves, yeah, you got it. I've been calling them that, but I don't know if I mentioned that on any of the streams. Yes, they are. I do have plans for them, so we can have that to look forward to for sure. There's a few other characters that will be part of that group as well, who I haven't gotten to otherwise. I think I got a little bit distracted. What else is new? Earlier when we were talking about stickers potentially. So just in case you weren't here or you didn't get to answer that before, are there any of the Seal characters you would be interested in having stickers of? I do, as I was talking about earlier, I do have the capacity to make stickers at home now, so which is awesome. It's been a long time coming. It's been a long process to get that underway, but I'm super excited about that. And I'm really looking forward to coming up with stickers to make. So a big part of that is going to be interest driven for the people who support me. So yeah, I'm curious to know what people want, what you guys are interested in. Trying to track down the right blue for Manuela's outfit dress. We'll start with this. Cat at the window. How about fridge magnets? Your character's destroying demon pandas. Forgive me, Hugh, if I'm having a little bit of trouble making heads or tails of that. So by my characters, do you mean the seals? The Fire Emblem seals? I don't have too many original characters. Yeah, it's not quite the right color. It needs to be a little greener. Usually, this is gonna, if you haven't tuned into the other streams, this ends up being a bit of a process of like refining the color and adjusting it and doing one layer over another layer to kind of get it right. So I thought this color was going to be closer than it was, or than it is, I should say. The other part of layering the colors is just like it helps to eliminate the inconsistencies with the brush strokes and stuff. So okay, so we'll go over that. I'm thinking this teal color, maybe the combination of both of them will work. This is the same one that I used for Shamir's jacket. They're squeaky. Squeaky markers. Something else I like about this, the character design for this game is the color palettes, which is relevant, I guess, at the moment. But they're I just like that it feels like color has finally returned to this series, which, and you know, the Shadows of Valencia was good with having more vibrant colors, but yeah, I just the 3DS games I thought were so muted and dull looking. And I think didn't Kazaki even say like he didn't like the the fact that the characters had, you know, vibrant hair colors and stuff. So he tried to tone that down apparently, or that's what I recall hearing anyway. But it feels a little bit more natural. Like, you know, the hair colors and stuff aren't super bright, but I still have a nice variety, and I guess you get a few that are pretty bright, like Sylvain's comes to mind. I also think it's interesting. I noticed a while back. This is aside from, well, okay, correct me if I'm wrong, but or aren't these the first lords since Leaf to have like natural hair colors? Like, arguably, Elwood, in some of his art, has more of like an auburn kind of hair color. Um, but I don't know. Usually, he's depicted with pretty bright red hair. Yeah, yeah. I guess if we're saying Edelgard has natural hair color, that then we'd have to say the same for Micaiah. Where's Hazelnut? Here we go. This is my favorite thing. I love coloring hair with these markers. That's something like leaps and bounds traditional. I like better. I like doing this part better in traditional than digital. All right, it looks like a kind of a cool gray for her shawl. Actually, I'll go. I don't know if I should go cool gray or warm gray. I'll go cool gray. No more options for that. Ooh, or maybe. Okay, I'm gonna do something crazy here. I'll do a base coat in a warm gray and then shading in a cool gray. Living on the wild side here. I know you guys probably can't see. Oh yeah, you kind of can see the difference between just the paper and this color. But there's a lot of options for sort of like off-white, basically. Okay, so now we'll go in with, I'm not doing too much shading. I just will pretty much use shading to indicate texture. But yeah, that doesn't look bad. So I'm trying to like stipple it a little bit to make it look like fur. I ended up with a lot of these markers out yesterday during the stream, but also apologies in advance if the rummaging is loud. It's not too close to the mic, so I'm hoping it won't be too bad, but just in case. Okay, I am mad curious. So we've got, I talked about this a little bit, but I didn't get into it. We've got black and then special black. Can you see? Oh, it doesn't have it on the side of those markers. So I have to know what the difference is between these, like, or if it's even something you can see. So there's normal black, and this is special black. I mean, I can kind of see that there is a difference, but I guess this special black is a little, maybe a little cooler. Like as in cooler colors, not like it's cooler. It is cooler though. It is special, so it's right there in the name. I don't know how you could argue that it's not cooler. Some of these markers are Prismacolors. Those are, I've had these ones for a very long time. Since high school, for the most part. But I haven't used them, like, super consistently or anything, so they've still got ink for the most part. There's a few of them that are running pretty dry, though. If anybody's feeling particularly mean, you could do a supercut of me sighing during these. I do that way too often. Fully admit. Okay. I'm gonna call it for now on Manuela. I go back later to do the skin tone because I kind of have to figure out like what is gonna fit the color palette. Hannah's hair is definitely a warm gray. So where'd I put those though? Well, actually, no. No, it's not. It's more his suit is a warm gray. We'll do neutral gray. So I haven't been too active in the discussions, and I am sadly not finished yet, so I can't. Oh, calm down. I can't get into too spoilery territory, and I don't want to spoil anybody who might be tuning in and isn't all the way finished or anything. But I'm curious about like what are everybody's favorite characters, and what route did you do, and just stuff like that. I'm interested to get just a little bit of discussion going and kind of a feel for other people's experiences with the game. Be all 4 routes in about a week. Whoa. Mad props. That's that's like the polar opposite of my experience. There's warm gray 5. I didn't even make that connection between Eloise and Barter, but yeah, I can see it now. That's funny. This one's running out. All right. I'm going to do something I don't normally do and use the chisel tip because that other... Oh, that's even worse. Oh, man. Do I have any... Prisma in this tone? Oof. I might have to retire this marker entirely. This is not in good shape. But yeah, I like Eloise a lot too. I should do like a tier list of my once I finish the game. I'll at least do a tier list of everybody who I got to meet properly. Okay, this is, oof, just almost totally dry. I mean, maybe that kind of gets an okay texture. It's almost a little tweedy, but, or it looks a little airbrushed even. Oh man, that is bad. I just want to lay it down so that I can go over it in a different, or like, in some cases lighter, in some cases darker shade. Like, it's almost a cool effect that I could see myself using for other purposes, but oh man, terrible. Wow. Okay. That's what happens when you have a Copic that is running at Copic. I always mispronounce it. That's running out of ink. This one doesn't look like it's in great shape either, but it's at least better. So we can see that it starts to blend a little bit, but again, that's also not tremendous. Okay, the chisel on this one has a little more juice in it. I know they're pulling from the same like repository of ink, but sometimes one will be more goodness. Oh man. Okay, warm gray 1. Where are you at? Do I have warm gray 1? Did that end up? This one probably is close to what I want. Or, wait, I'm pretty sure I have warm gray 1. Where did that end up? Warm gray 0. Yeah, sure. I'll take what I can get. I was going to go over this anyway with other shades, but I was just kind of hoping that the first layer would at least be solid. Oh well, it wouldn't be a seal stream without some kind of mechanical or technical difficulties. Okay, close enough. So let's go in with that. Looks like a good color for the suit. I think this one will also work a little bit for some of the undertones in Manuela's hair. So while I'm thinking about it, I'll just go in real quick with that. Hello to everybody. Again, just I saw a few more people tuned in, it looks like. So we are in the coloring phase, more or less. We're gonna have to go back to some line art for a couple of these characters, but yeah, for the most part, we're ready to move forward with coloring. So this is another trick, and I probably should have been doing this with these ones that were running out of ink, but laying down a the wet ink and then right away laying down drier ink on top of it can sometimes help with the issue we were facing earlier, but that's okay. We'll just keep moving forward. Sorry, I keep promising commentary and then getting sidetracked into, or just getting wrapped up in the drawing. Does anybody have any questions? Start utilizing this space up here. Number. Oh, sorry. How goes finding takers for commissions? Good. I've got. Yeah, I mean, I have one thing about it that I've been learning as I go is just like managing the timing and like getting things done in a timely manner, which always you heard me earlier maybe talking about some of my schoolwork, and yeah, that's just kind of consistently been an issue. Is I will admit I am not great at time management and like deadlines. Um, so that's been something, just like, people don't necessarily have a deadline in mind, and they're, very patient and generous, and I really appreciate that. But at the same time, I find myself like, I can you give me a deadline just so that I have something to be accountable to. And so it's a little bit tough to know the right balance between like doing my own stuff and tending to commissions. So, but that's part of the game. It's a learning process for everybody involved, I think. Oh, no, it's fine. I think as long as I'm like, if I have a clear idea on the deadline, like I said, that's the main thing. I don't want to leave anybody hanging. Um, I'm improvising a little bit on some of these patterns. Oh, it's out of focus. There we go. I feel like I'm doing magic when that happens. Oh. Yeah. Oh man, that bleeds like a head wound. All right, is it time to break into the green? My favorite color. Let's see. So many greens. Try this one, chartreuse. It's a little brighter than I was expecting it to be. Probably overlay a kind of a sandy brown on top of that and get the right color. Do his gloves too. He's going to be wearing gloves. And then do the, where's the color? Yeah, this will work. Actually, it's a little bit brighter gold. Where is my mustard yellow? Somewhere. Y26? Where'd you go? I know it's going to be buried underneath all of these markers. Oh, wait. I think I found it. Okay. This is a fraction of what I'm dealing with. I say dealing with. I am so grateful to have all of these. This is incredible. But, you know, they're just... I'm not great at organizing them all the time. I mean, most of the time they're very well organized. They're just in drawers, and I like having them out to kind of piece through. Somebody's like hammering something or banging something outside. It's really annoying. Oh, come on. I won't focus. The colors really don't come through quite as bright as they are, like how I see them. But I'll try and make sure the photos, the final image, you can really see the color. Sometimes I have to adjust, like I'll have to do adjustments on the saturation and stuff to get it to what it looks like in real life, which is a little sad, but all right, let's give Cyril a face, poor guy. Mouth open. Oh, whoops. Sorry, he's off the page. I need just like a bucket next to me, like to dump these markers into, because they're just like in a pile on my desk next to the page, and it's getting a little precarious. Actually, wait. I've got, what do you call these? Like a basket chair. It's one of those chairs that I can't move my camera, otherwise I'd show you, but it's kind of shaped like, or it's almost shaped like a seashell actually, but I'm gonna use that as a marker storage area. I also realized that the sound of like the markers clacking against each other it comes through really bad on the mic, so sorry about that as well. Okay, much better. So now, there you go. So how about it? Mouth open, or I think I like closed better. He doesn't talk very often. Yeah, we'll go with that. I like how he turned out. All right, see ya. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, he looks good, I think. I have to wait a little bit longer to erase, but so with Rhea, I have a little bit of an idea what colors to use because I did that study of her a little while back. But unfortunately, I don't remember what any of those colors were, so we're going to have to test these out a little bit. Okay. That's too dark. That doesn't show up. That's not bad. Pale cobalt green. That definitely has the kind of fluorescent quality that her hair has. W20 looked, or G20 looked like a good one. G40, this is dim green, which is ironic because it looks like glow in the dark green. I like that one. That's at least good to start out with. Try and move this as far up as I can without spilling my coffee. There we go. Oops. Oh, that's not her hair. My bad. Probably should weight these lines a little bit more. Oops. Got a little bit more under here. Yeah, this one's a little bit dry as well. You can see the tip is kind of patchy. Thank you again, guys, for joining me. I know there's a lot of options for entertainment right now and for streams even, and you know just that sort of genre on its own. But just the fact that anybody's joined me is really it means a lot. And I appreciate it. All right. This looks like it's just nothing, but it's a very, very, very light gray. So I don't like leaving just the paper, the white of the paper, even if it is basically going to be white. I like picking an off-white to go with. If for no other reason, it's just kind of like a primer to lay other colors on top of. I feel. I know I keep saying this. I feel bad that I don't have. I'm not quicker with coming up with topics of conversation, or such as it is. I think of it as a conversation. I invite anybody to ask questions or just participate in the chat. It's I think of it as spending time with you guys. So, but I also realize if you're doing something else, if you're playing a game, then it's not always conducive to be going back and forth between typing stuff in the chat and. Okay. So the tricky part with I know I said I wasn't gonna do more line art on her, like pattern, the patterns on her shawl and stuff, but I'm gonna just do little teeny tiny outlines. Look at how small the tip of this pen is. This is the smallest available one I have. I just think that's fun. It's nice that we finally got official art for Rhea that I can refer to. Thanks, Smash Brothers, I guess. It's weird that that's like when they or the context in which they decided to release official art for like a bunch of the characters. I guess Hilda they probably would have released for Centered Shadows anyway. She's a beast in Centered Shadows, by the way. I mean, she is just in general, but hi, Monica. Thanks for joining us at around the 3-hour mark. So I kept saying we were making good time. I don't know if that's true anymore, but I'm trying to plug away at it. All right. Let's see. We got all sorts of gold to color in. Yeah, no worries. So you can always go back and watch the rest of it, or just do it at your own pace. I never know what to do for the gold tones. These all look the same. That actually works, I think. For at least for the cloth. I guess now that I'm looking at it, it's basically the same color as Sedith's, so I should use whatever I use for him, but I don't remember what that was. I should have like a code going, like where I'm writing down what what colors I'm using for each character. Yes, they are. They are seals. That's the series. I've been working on this for since February, I think, at least. So, yeah, we are. This is Garrig Rock Estuary, and this is where the seals live. Everybody has seal puns for names. So, like, for example, I don't know if you've seen any of the other ones or how you came by this, but these are some of the Black Eagles. So we've got like Finheart and Caspup and Bernadetta, which is I think my favorite name that I came up with. I don't know if you can see. Yeah. So yeah, these are all on my well, these ones aren't yet, but these are on my Twitter. The students are on Twitter so far, but these are the ones we finished up last night. So I can't get used to the mirrored preview. Sorry. Yep. I would grab the deer and lions, but they're like across the room. So you'll just have to check those out on Twitter or Reddit or Tumblr or wherever I'm posting. no worries. That's just kind of where the image, like the compiled images are, and those are a little bit more, how do you say, like better quality, I guess. I've done some like color adjustment on them, and the colors on the video aren't coming through super great, so I will usually end up having to actually further saturate it on the digital photo, and then that gets it closer to what it looks like, to my eyeballs in real life. So it's a weird kind of backwards process, but long story short, the little compiled images end up looking better than the video, whatever shows up on the video. I'll also be compiling all of this footage into a time lapse and cutting out all the junk that nobody need. That it's not me actively drawing. So that's a little bit more watchable and shareable. Manuela, that's so rude. No, she's Marinuela. Like Marine Anne. Somebody else suggested Manuelephant, like elephant seal. And yeah, man, poor Manuela just can't catch a break with these names. What else? Cyril? I think Seal-ros. No, it is Cyril. Like half the struggle is deciding between a C pun and a seal pun. I was thinking Spraya, like ocean spray. So, just out of curiosity, Monica, how did you come by this stream? It sounds like just on YouTube, or? Oh no, they're these are characters from Fire Emblem Three Houses, but they're just like I'm drawing them as seals. So okay, that's good to know that this comes up for a live drawing. Thank you for choosing my stream out of all the possibilities. I'm flattered. Yeah, is it? I don't know if there's. Oh, whoops. That's good to know. That's kind of been a, I don't know, point of uncertainty for me with how to go about these. Is like, I never know how much to talk or when to talk or, well, how to balance it. So. But yeah, I am happy to keep talking. I can find stuff to talk about. as long as we're like having a little bit of back and forth conversation, that really helps. I'm more of a responder than a, self-generator of words. Oh, that's nice. Oh, I wish I'd use that for Seth. That looks good. Yeah, looking at her official art, it looks a little more purplish. Her, like the blue on her outfit. Oh, we'll go with that one. Yeah, I don't know if can anybody in the chat link to I've shown this to a few people who weren't familiar with, like, my family members and stuff who weren't familiar with Fire Emblem, but I've been trying to find a good resource for just like references for the characters all in one place, or kind of, I don't know, introductions. So does anybody know of a place like that? I know they've got like on the Twitter, they did little intros for all the characters in the weeks leading up to the game's release. So that might be an option, but yeah, I mean, Google Images will work. That's what I use to get references for the characters. But how much context do you have for the game? Do you know anything about it, or? Oh, okay. That's kind of fun. So it's a Nintendo Switch game. If you've played Smash Brothers, then you might know Fire Emblem characters from that. But it's this long-running series. It's actually going to turn 30 years old on Monday. That's the 30th anniversary. But they've been releasing them for a really long time. Well, obviously 30 years. But they only started coming out in the US in 2003, which is still like a long time ago now. They're sort of strategy RPG games. Tactical RPG, I guess, is the genre. And I think Fire Emblem might have like kind of invented that genre, combining like RPG with strategy. Yeah, it started in 1990. So yeah, if it's only recently, like within the past, I guess, kind of starting in 2012 was the first game that really saw a lot of worldwide success. It had been, moderately successful in Japan, but that was the first one on the 3DS, and that kind of blew up. And then it sort of steadily gained in popularity. And this most recent one, the Switch game, outsold even their expectations. It won Player's Choice at the Game Awards. It's just generally been really well received, and it's gotten a lot of people into the franchise too. So I'd say it's a good one to start with. I've been playing these games since 2005, probably, like just a little bit after they started coming out over here, and it's my favorite so far. Oh, I'm good on reference images. I know where to look for the characters, but I was just I was curious if there's like a good resource for, like, if anybody asks who doesn't know anything about Fire Emblem, that I can just show them, and it's like a quick introduction to the characters and the context and everything. I mean, I can kind of explain as best I can, but I'm not really able to pull up any images right now. Yeah, I've been assuming that everybody tuning in is like already familiar with this game, because I just figured that it would be people who saw it on the Fire Emblem subreddit, or people who follow me on Twitter, where like I mostly do Fire Emblem fan art. So it's kind of neat to get a little more of a more variety in the viewers. That's cool. This part's really tricky. Especially because this is a very ink-heavy marker. It's like barely, it must have been barely used. So it really bleeds. Once again, if anybody in the chat has any questions, or just I don't know, but yeah, I guess that's it. Or wants to talk about their day or anything, that's I invite you to do that. Have I gone to art school? No, I was an English major, so I just have drawn for fun for, I mean, as long as I can remember. I know that's sort of the cliche, but yeah, I took art classes in school, but that, yeah, most of it has just been kind of um, watching other artists and learning from them, and I kind of found the best art classes, or the ones that benefited me the most, were like where the basics had kind of been covered and the professor had moved on to just like helping the students I don't know, like develop their own artistic styles or trademarks, or whatever you want to call it. Where'd that gold go? But these Copic markers are pretty new for me too, so I'm still kind of getting used to using them. It's very fortunate to be to come into them secondhand. This set. So it's been really cool to use, and to kind of, I never expected to ever be able to use these markers, so it's been a lot of fun. Yeah, that's nice. I think any good art class is going to be a mix of learn, and I guess this kind of goes for just learning art in general. It's good to have a mix of stuff that you are familiar with and enjoy drawing, and it's kind of your I don't want to say comfort zone, that's kind of got a bad connotation, but it's things that they energize you, you enjoy drawing them, and but you're also studying and learning particular techniques, and I think a lot of what's kept me going is finding ways to work in the study with the parts I enjoy, and I feel like I haven't progressed as fast as a lot of my peers artistically, because they've definitely done more study than I have. So it really is worth exposing yourself to more like different techniques and stuff that you're not used to, or don't like feel like you're not good at drawing or don't know how to draw, because it really will benefit you and teach you. Hi there. Oh, that's neat. You gotta make your own trading cards. I used to do that kind of thing in school, but it wasn't for assignments and they got confiscated usually. When I was a kid, I made like paper dolls to play with inside my desk, and they would some of my teachers would take them away, and then I would just make new ones. So that was a lot of my training. Artistically, it was not in. It was in a classroom, but it was like not really. Allowed, I guess. I got in trouble for it. Wait, here we go. This one. Can you guys hear the music at all? I don't know how clearly that's coming through. Oh, okay. The speakers are a little bit far away from the mic, but I don't want it to be too obtrusive. Yeah, it's music from Fire Emblem, so I don't know exactly how all that works. I know Nintendo has done some like copyright claims or taking stuff down, but I'm also not monetizing anything, so like I don't know if that will lend me any protection or what, but so far I haven't come into any trouble with it. What is the deal with seals? They're cute, and I like them. No, they're. I think in the. I don't know if it's in the description for this video or if it was just for the last one, but I explained like where the idea came from and everything. Basically, it was just like based on a little joke that I had going with a friend over chat, and I did one joke doodle and then kept adding to it, and it eventually became a whole series. So I've got a few other videos up, time lapses of some of the other groups of seals, and then there's some streams as well. So if you are interested in more seals, then you can look at those. They are epic. I've spent way more time than I probably should have, like just scrolling through image searches of seals and finding cute pictures. These are harbor seals in particular. These are based on, so they're very expressive and fun. I gotta figure out what I'm doing for the sea anemones here. Yeah, sure, that'll work. I'll just color them. I know they're white in her original design, but go with like those wholesome videos of seals. I mean, I know of a lot of seal videos. I was talking earlier about the Osaka aquarium seals. They're pretty cute. I think those are the ones that end up in a lot of the compilation videos too. So I've been working in little ocean elements into the designs here. So this character in the game has like lilies in her hair, but I replaced them with sea anemones. So that's just the sort of thing I've been doing. They are sea doggos. All right. Only a little bit more on her before I am going to move on. Finish up Cyril over here. And then I do still have Gilbert to do. I don't know why I saved him for last. Have I created any characters from scratch before? Yeah, I mean, I'm more when I was younger. I haven't. I've mostly done fan art more recently, but I did make a little original character that probably about a year ago. He's just like a little chef dragon, but he's more of a mascot than anything. Let's see if I can. I think I have a picture of him right here. So that's him. That's my yard. Did I have anything else to do for Rhea? I don't think so. Thanks. Yeah, I'll do little sketches and come up with different concepts or ideas. But usually what kind of the cycle I'll go through is when I'm, most of what I draw is fan art, and I focus on Fire Emblem for the most part. I do a few other series occasionally too, but when hit burnout or I start to get like artist block, it's it's usually sort of burnout, I would say. I'm either run out of ideas or just get kind of tired of drawing people or drawing, the same subject matter. What I'll usually do is switch to drawing animals. And this is kind of a weird case where it's a little bit of both, but um, I kind of loosen up more when I'm drawing animals or creatures or even like Pokemon, stuff like that. But it's humans are hard, and it's taken me a very long time and a lot of practice to get even close to like decent with drawing human anatomy and stuff. So there's a little more wiggle room with animals because I think just perceptually as humans, we have certain perceptual instincts as to what other humans are supposed to look like. And so when we see in a drawing it's off or something's not right about the anatomy or whatever, we notice that more. But if it's a creature, an animal, or something non-human, then it's not, the discrepancies don't come up as easy, or they're not as noticeable. So I'm definitely a perfectionist. I notice those things like while I'm drawing. So if I'm at a point where I'm feeling frustrated with my art, then usually I'll kind of switch to doing animals, and just kind of being a little looser with it. So those are the periods where I'll sometimes come up with creature ideas or create my own characters that way. There's an ant crawling on my paper. Yeah, I mainly draw humans. I don't know if there's one that I prefer over the other necessarily. I think they're both fun, and it depends on what mood I'm in. All right. Hands. I have more trouble with like thighs, I want to say. Like that's I feel like that's the hardest area of the body to draw for me. Like I just can't get it to look, I don't know, they just look sort of like pillows when I draw them. Not like they're as thick as pillows, but they're just like the muscles don't come through or stuff like that. What is that? What's going on there? Oh, okay, I see. That's his outer. Oh, I forgot some straps on him. Eyes and arms. Yeah, I don't know why arms. I guess because I'll usually draw characters like waist up, so I guess it's just as simple as I get more practice with arms than with legs. Eyes for a very long time I never placed right on the face, so that was tricky for me for a while. Okay, I think. I might have goofed that. Yeah, well. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see what's going on. I just drew this like an hour ago, and I'm already forgetting what I did. Okay, I think that's all the teal, maybe? There's pants teal? Oh, they're like a darker green. Okay. Yeah, I would say while you're still in the process of learning, and everybody is to a certain extent, but if you find you're still pretty inconsistent with it, what you're doing right now is not choosing a style. It's more like learning different styles. Like when you're in the process of being not totally a beginning artist, but a little bit more of a beginner, then that's a really good opportunity to learn different things. And there's certain things where I'm a beginner too. So I like with painting and landscapes and things like that, I'm still a beginner. So that's the part where you're supposed to try out different things and see what works for you, and not even necessarily what works for you, but like what you can learn and take away from different techniques. That's good that you're having fun with it. If you're having fun with it, then you're doing it right. Oh, wait, where's E77? I have that one out. What are your favorite things to draw? Do you have any like fandoms or subject matter that you prefer? Where did that color go? Okay. There's characters like that in Fire Emblem too. I don't have a lot of patience when drawing wings, so I respect that you can stick with that. Are they like feathery wings or like dragon wings or? Oh, okay, yeah. Get what you're talking about. Reference is so good and important when you're doing costume design. That's like, because I used to just sort of try and pull from my own memory or very basic knowledge of fashion, and it's hard if you don't have the practice and the sort of, and I mean like a lot of practice with that sort of thing. Um, yeah, that's understandable. Or do you do more modern designs or like historical or fantasy or stuff like that? Okay. That's cool. So, if I can find it, I have a book that I found that like it's sort of a costume encyclopedia that's been super helpful for me with costume design and reference and stuff like that. So I'm gonna, if it's in a place where I can grab it real quick, I want to find it. Yeah. So this is the book that I just sort of happened upon, and it's called A Pictorial History of Costume. And I found this like at a Powell's Books in Portland, but it's I've seen it on Amazon. I think you can get it for around $20, but it's got, like, once you get into it, it's got all these pictures of specific periods of time and different places around the world. It's mostly Western focused, as there's more European stuff than anywhere else. So it's not like as diverse as I would want it to be. But there's later on in the book you get into like traditional dress from around the world. So these are, they say it's like modern, but it's probably early 20th century modern compared to the rest of the book. But yeah, it's really interesting to look through and to see like where certain, if you're a fan of certain character designs or whatever, kind of seeing where the inspiration comes from. It's from unexpected places a lot. Oh yeah, but I'm sure that comes in handy for costume designers for theater too. Um, but yeah, there's a lot of books on costume and fashion, and I mean that isn't going to cover any kind of modern fashion, but if you want to make like fantasy costumes, then that one I would recommend if you can get a hold of it. BD23, this one should work. Oh, 4 hours. I think we hit 4 hours 40 minutes last time, so try and keep it within that if at all possible. let's get a cool gray number 3. Have that anywhere? Cool gray number 2. That's close. We'll go with that. Oh, this feels dead. Yeah. Okay, number 3. But do you like drawing realistic or cartoon more? I would say cartoon. I do more cartoon drawing than I do realistic. I don't think I do really any photorealistic or anything like that. I did a little bit. Yeah, last time I did anything like that would have been when I was in school, which is farther back than I care to admit. So it's been a while. But it's good practice. And I would say like my usual, when I'm drawing people, it's like sort of a mix between, it's definitely stylized, it's a little cartoony, but it's not like super, the proportions and everything are pretty realistic, I'd say. If I had to kind of pick a style to compare it to, I would say it's probably closest to like Avatar: The Last Airbender, maybe. It's like anime influenced, but not. It's a little more. I don't want to say more expressive. That's a little unfair, but bigger expressions, I guess. Do you practice a lot with realistic? I think these browns are a little bit warm. I'm using this brown for Cyril's, like the leather on his outfit, and I'm realizing it's like way better for his hair. Should be using it for his hair. Well, that's why it's hard. The thing that helped me like get good the fastest, not good, but like better, was doing like, I started to draw with a ballpoint pen, just like a crappy, cheap Bic pen. I probably found it on the ground. And so I'd use that and like scrap paper from old assignments, or just paper that somebody needed to get rid of, and I said, I'll take it. I'm kind of a hoarder. I don't like wasting stuff, so I end up with a lot of other people's garbage, maybe. But at any rate, they came in handy because it like took the pressure off of having to, like, I don't know about you, but when I get a sketchbook, I get very like all right, I gotta, what's going in this? It's got to be good. It's got to be worthy of the sketchbook, which is not how you're supposed to really treat a sketchbook, but that's just sort of how I do it. But when it's like scratch paper, then I don't feel any pressure to get it right. And when it's pen, especially, I think that having a cheap pen takes the pressure off as well, but also like, you can't erase anything. So you have to live with your mistakes. And I found that doing that, I learned super, super fast. Watercolors are a really cool medium. I wish I was better with it. That's one that I'm not very well practiced in. I don't think his hair is actually that shiny. I could probably cover up a little bit of that. It's a little grayer, on the grayer side of things too. Do a warm gray, wash. All right, I'll do it for his hair. Do like a copper maybe for the bow, or just like silver. Yeah, no worries. Thanks for tuning in when you could. The streams just become automatically available once they're finished, so it takes a little bit of time to process them, but they go up automatically, and then I'll have a time lapse ready hopefully pretty soon. After that, I'm hoping to get these done tonight. I have one more character to do after this. Oops, I forgot. Yeah, I'm in California, so I'm like I was saying earlier, I've had to sort of go earlier and earlier with the time on this, but to fit a little better with everybody else's schedules. Um, not not that live with me. I've got a family dog and a family cat, but they're at my parents' house. I know. I wish I had a cat that would make for much better, or a dog. It's always nice on the stream when you can get some get some animals in there, other than the ones that I'm drawing. Yeah, what am I doing? I don't want to shade this. It's going to take way too long. Yeah, thanks for tuning in. I don't want to be like a typical YouTuber, but if you liked this, then please subscribe. Then you'll be able to see future ones. So if you enjoyed it, if not, then that's fine too. But have a good night. I feel like that's just a little bit too close to the color of his jacket. I'll run like a sandy color over that. Probably stand to push this up a little bit. There we go. It's a little closer. Looks demonic. Where's like, here we go. This should temper his eye color a little bit. For anybody who's like tuning in or hasn't seen the others of these, I haven't been coloring in the actual skin of the seals. They're based on characters from a video game, so I'm getting in the colors of their costumes first. The stuff that's all basically set in stone, and then once that's all done, I'll go back and pick a color that works with the palette. It takes me kind of looking at the whole thing and testing some stuff out and playing around with it to sort of figure something out that works. So, and even then, it doesn't always work. All right, that's, I think, enough Cyril for now. Seal-ros. So go ahead and do the line art for Gilbert, and then probably once that's done, I will go back and do finish coloring in everybody else, and then yeah, we'll be done. Oops. Been sitting in this chair for way too long. This isn't good for you. Take standing breaks, kids. Can you please draw a picture of a man picking up nickels in a cornfield that is about to get mauled by a bear? Is the cornfield about to get mauled by a bear, or is the man about to get mauled by a bear? Either way, I'm drawing seals right now, so I'm unable to take any sort of requests. Whichever makes sense to you. It's interpretive, all right. Interesting suggestions for what to draw tonight. Sorry, I'm just need to drag another reference image into my collection here. Any artists in the chat? Oh, one of you, I guess. The app called PureRef, or I mean, it's a desktop app, but PureRef, it's called. I would highly recommend. Very, very useful. You basically just like drag images into it, and you can just stack a bunch of them in there. I feel like Gilbert looks like he should have facial hair. If he did, it wouldn't be usually the seals have. this is a character that I have never drawn before, for sure. So usually with these guys, I've drawn them in their human form at least once, but in some capacity. But this is definitely my first time drawing Gilbert. There's not a whole lot of demand for fan art for Gilbert. Let's see, have I hit my quota for throwing Gilbert under the bus? I gotta give credit where credit's due. The idea to draw him with this like hammer kind of axe came from Yaga Minoe. I am not sure if I'm pronouncing that right, but he is a digital painter, does a lot of Fire Emblem fan art, and he did this really cool series of each group of characters, like all together, these prints, and app, and I had thrown those prints into the app to like turn into jigsaw puzzles, and so I noticed that in his Church of Seal-ros picture, Gilbert had this axe, so I just like, oh, I'll give him the hammer axe. Didn't draw it as well, but there it is. He's got like the littlest, tiniest collar. That's so funny. I didn't even catch that. It was like, eh. Oh, I am not doing it justice. It's so. I'm very curious to know what the inspiration or like the what they were sort of referencing or referring to with Gilbert's costume. Is this based on a particular culture, or I haven't delved into a lot of the write-ups and stuff that people have done for Three Houses because I've been avoiding spoilers. But I'm sure there have been like costume analyses done. I just haven't really seen any of them. But yeah, I'm curious about that. He's just got a very interesting collection of costume elements. I'm a little mad at how good he's turning out. I wish some of the other characters ended up looking this good. A lot of drawing is accidents. Oh, let's go. Between Heaven and Earth. I don't know if you guys can hear the music. I think the last time I asked that, it was a particularly quiet track. But you know, I think one of the last streams I did, people could hear the music. So Between Heaven and Earth is playing and is awesome, is my point. Tale is a disaster. Oh well. Whatever, it's fine. Sorry, Gilbert fan. All one of you. I'm being mean. There's at least 4. Okay, let's go back to these guys, figure out what we're doing for the color scheme here. It's the home stretch. I can feel it. That actually... Do I want to go with that for his skin tone? I don't know. This is always the part where I deliberate for like a year and a half. Sorry if that's loud. I'm digging through markers again. E70, what happened to that one? Where'd you go, E70? Trying to pull out as much of these as I can. I kind of like that gold color, goldish color, praline, they call it. There we go. Definitely going to go more red, warmer with this. I'm just laying this down to get an idea. This is a little too close to her hair color. Oh. I'm in a process or a stage of the whole process where I'm doing a lot of throwing mud at the wall to see what sticks. So I apologize for the wait, and I appreciate your patience. What was I going to go over that with? This one? No. There's wire 12. Try that one. There we go. I don't like that. This is very hard. Let's do... What was the one I was going to mix in? So to be careful, I want to leave room for her eyeshadow now. That this is getting a little darker. I'm worried that this looks really bad. But I just have to trust that it's gonna turn out okay. I'm worried that this looks bad. I'm so bad at color theory. I'm so bad at like seeing what goes with what colors go with each other. Oh man, I'm sorry. This doesn't look good. But I'm going to keep kind of working with it and seeing if I can get it back to a point where it's passable. And go back to warm gray. That should work. Maybe cool gray. Here we go. That's the one I wanted. Oh, man. It's a fun thing about markers is they're usually permanent. Copics, oh my gosh, why do I keep calling them Copics? You can kind of manipulate them so where they're not totally you know, you can change the colors over time. I think the problem is just this isn't contrasting with her hair enough, and I'm not sure how to get it like to where it's doing that. So I guess I can go back in and add more like undertones to her hair, I guess. That's looking better already, I think. It was just that purple. Yeah, that's better. That's so much better. It's such a subtle, like, difference, I guess. I was saying last time that this is like the traditional equivalent of doing color adjustments on go into the adjustments and like change the hue and the saturation and that sort of thing. That's sort of what I'm doing. Is it weird to put lipstick on a seal? I feel like it should be more orangey. Where's that apricot color that I used for her earlier? Here we go. Perfect. Okay, well, I'm gonna call it on her. Do Rhea, I think, next. Just like a cool gray I was just gonna go with. I'm worried. Well, no, warm gray will do. I don't want it to be too close to her outfit. Oh. Oops, I grabbed the wrong one. I thought I just saw it. Oh, I was looking for that. Ugh. Ether 23. Oop, found it. I am. That looks better. I was thinking of doing. His eyes just look so scary. Like they are that color, but you know, it doesn't look. It just looks very menacing on him there. I'm gonna get it a little warmer. Probably should be doing this anyway. Yeah, so much for not going longer than the previous stream. What happened to the colorless blender? And we'll do cool gray 0. This doesn't lift the color like I need it to. Ah! Is it still in here? No, I thought I got it out. Yeah, so it turns out chucking all the markers onto the chair next to me maybe wasn't such a bright idea after all. Hmm. Oh, shoot. I need to... That works. Exactly what the issue is. I think the lipstick also and the makeup looks weird too. Okay. Yeah, I think it might have been partially the expression too. Oh, that's already looking better. I know I've said that before. But really this time. I care so little about Gilbert, you guys. And like, so does everybody else. So I'm going to make this quick. Okay. Where's that wire 12 that I found earlier? Oh. Did I seriously forget to draw his braid? I'm such an idiot. But also, nobody is going to care. Absolute doofus. Here, we will just kind of indicate it back here. It's tucked under his scarf, guys, like you do with braids. You're working with the darker side of the cool gray spectrum for his clothes. What do you call those things? Clothes. Hello again to anybody tuning in at the see everybody's favorite character. I've spent a lot of collectively a lot of this stream being mean to Gilbert. And like I guess I'm a little sorry. I don't Oh man, my back's really starting to ache. Probably it would be, well, here I'll go up to 80% on the. Oh, dropping things. It's kind of where 27 I think is going to be my best bet. Tuscan orange, perfect. Okay. Kind of add that into his hair too.
Oops. I'm supposed to have the crest of Seal-ros in the middle of his scarf here. Okay. So he's got like a okay. Well, that ended up looking not too bad. And then we'll do like kind of a bronzy color maybe for his. At least for that part. Where can I find that? Is this it? Yeah, got it. That's what I'm looking for. Oh, it looks like it spilled everywhere. Love it when they squeak. Squeaky markers. Again, I'm running into the contrast problem. Oh, here we go. Yeah, that helps a little bit. I'm still like really I'll keep iterating on Manuela. Like, oh, it's gonna give Cyril spots too. Let's do that. Woo. done. Let's just kind of, so you can see everybody. Thank you so much, everybody who tuned in at any point during the stream. I know it was long, but I, as always, appreciate you coming in, and it really helps keep me going, especially something very silly and absurd. I know I say that every time, but yeah, just I'm floored. So thank you, and I am gonna go ahead and end this, and I will see you next time. So stay safe and take care, everybody. Bye.